Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. The time is now 6:34, and I would like to call the May 26, 2026 Cibolo City Council meeting to order. Seeing as we have no absences, we will move on to the invocation. This evening will be provided by Chaplain Ray Huff. Good evening and welcome.
Well, good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, City staff, city leaders, and our residents here, the great city of Cibolo, Texas. Let us pray. Almighty God, we pause this evening to acknowledge your presence. We thank you for this community we call home, for its people, its families, and the shared hope we hold for a bright future. We ask for your wisdom and guidance upon our mayor and each member of the city council. Grant them clarity of mind, integrity in decision-making, and a spirit of unity as they lead. May their choices reflect what is right, what is just, and what serves the common good of all the residents of Cibolo. Lord, we lift up the city staff who serve faithfully each day. Strengthen them in their work and bless their efforts in this community. We also pray for the men and the women of our police and fire departments. Lord, place your protection around them as they serve courageously. Grant them safety in every call, wisdom in every situation, and peace in their hearts as they protect and care for this community. And Lord, we remember those from this community who serve in our military. Wherever duty has taken them, Lord, watch over them. Protect them in their duties and bring comfort and strength to their families at home. Lord, we entrust this council meeting to you. May it honor you and bring good to all. In your holy and mighty name, amen.
And this evening, our Pledge of Allegiance will be presented by Alex Alavanitis. I hope I said that right. A Samuel Clemens graduate and an Air Force enlistee. Good evening and thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag. Thank you, Alex. This evening, we have quite an exciting amount of presentations and awards. So we will begin the presentations by presenting a certificate of appreciation to our senior graduating member of the 2025-2026 Youth Council, Aubrey Lee and Ms. Cunningham.
Is Aubrey here?
Is Aubrey here? Come forward, Aubrey. Yeah. Thank you, and congratulations, Aubrey. And our youth council will be coming back around next year in the fall? Is that?
Yes, applications will be opening up this summer.
Thank you, Ms. Councilwoman Cunningham. Okay, today we are going to do a presentation to the seniors of our high schools that are joining the military. But before we do that, I would like to introduce some special guests that are here this evening. We have Miss Letitia Sievers. She is on the school board. Thank you for coming. We have Miss Belinda Evans, also on the SCUCI SD School Board. Thank you for coming. And I would like to give a special thanks to Staff Sergeant Retired Daniel Jamison, chaplain of the VFW Post 8315, and a veteran of the Persian Gulf War. And now I will read the proclamation.
Mayor, before we begin with a point of privilege, I also wanted to give recognition to Walmart, Cibolo Walmart, who was just an incredible donor to this event for our short recess time with some cupcakes to celebrate this occasion of the military enlistees from the youth of our own community who have made a commitment to serve. We are so very proud, as well as Max and Louise also didn't want to pass up the opportunity and also donate an assortment of cookies for our residents to enjoy in this celebration. So we can begin.
So amazing.
One more. Also, First Command Financial. As we know that they service our military families with their financial needs, they will also be here giving a gift back just as well. And here with us is going to be Donna Ford and Javier Nunes and Annette Medley.
Thank you for coming. The proclamation by the mayor of the city of Cibolo. Whereas the mayor and the city council of the city of Cibolo, Texas, honors and salutes the graduating seniors of the class of 2026 that have enlisted in the Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, Coast Guard, and Space Force. And whereas the young men and women of this graduating class had many choices upon graduating from high school, and whereas many of their graduating class and friends have chosen to either pursue college or immediate employment, and whereas when these graduating seniors' time came to make a life-changing decision about what to do with their career, they chose the military, the red, white, and blue. Whereas we realize that their parents, grandparents, and friends are proud of their son, daughter, grandson, granddaughter, or friend, and or loved one. Whereas the city of Cibolo, the city of choice, are proud of these young men and women that they have chosen to serve and defend this great country of ours. Now, therefore, I, Carol Latimer, Mayor of Cibolo, Texas, on behalf of the Cibolo City Council, staff, and all citizens, do hereby proudly commend these graduating seniors of Cibolo for their commitment to serve their country and add a special thanks to the parents that have given their support to their son or daughter in their chosen career. I urge all citizens to be grateful for these graduates' service to our country. And now I will read each of the names of the students off, and if they will come up and receive their gift. Staff Sergeant Jamison, if you want to come up and be with them. I would also like to recognize and appreciate all the veterans that are in attendance this evening. Okay, to begin, Natalie Wright. I don't have it. Mm-mm. Natalie Wright, Navy.
Please do not leave because we'll need a group photo right after, okay?
Zachary Munoz. Tristan Fauner. Nathan Niles. Aubrey Lee. Benjamin James, Texas Army National Guard. Hunter Milstein, United States Marine Corps. Kelton Taylor Jr., United States Marine Corps. Bennett Bonhoeffer, United States Marine Corps. Ryder Hatfield, United States Navy. Matthew Shoemaker, United States Navy. Tyciona Persona, United States Air Force. Livea Milicia Duran, United States Air Force. Alexander Avellanidis, United States Air Force. Sancia Boyd, United States Air Force. Mark Montoya, United States Air Force. Elena Bratton, United States Air Force. And that is our entire list. If you all will come up for a group picture. If I could have all of the graduating enlistees see Ms. Sanchez Stevens here in the red jacket. She has one more gift to provide, please. In the red jacket. 1 minute warning. 1 minute warning. Okay. Thank you. I would like everybody to get ready to be called back to order, please. Now that we have had those delicious cookies and cupcakes, I would like to present one more proclamation recipient for Fenatola Mariesa, the Texas Army National Guard. Can you come up for... Okay. Now we would like to get into Section 6, the proclamations. For Foster Care Month will be presented to Jay Dimitri, with CASA of Central Texas.
Proclamation Foster Care Awareness Month, May 2026. Whereas Foster Care Awareness Month is observed nationwide each May to bring attention to the children and youth who are unable to safely remain in their homes and who rely on the foster care system for protection and hope. And whereas the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services reports that 27,343 children and youth were in foster care across the state of Texas last year, each with unique needs shaped by experiences of abuse, neglect, trauma, or family crisis. And whereas children in foster care need not only safe placements, but also consistent relationships, educational support, healthcare access, stability, and caring adults who will advocate for their well-being and primacy And whereas the success of the foster care system does not rest with government alone, but depends on strong community involvement, including foster parents, kinship caregivers, mentors, volunteers, court-appointed special advocates, local child welfare boards, children's advocacy centers, faith-based partners, businesses, educators, and healthcare providers. And whereas agencies and organizations such as CASA of Central Texas, SJRC Texas, I Belong, and True Light 127 exemplify the power of partnership by providing court advocacy, family support, prevention services, and compassionate care that helps children heal, strengthen families, and allow communities to thrive. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City of Cibolo hereby recognizes May as Foster Care Awareness Month and calls upon all residents to learn about foster care, support children and families involved in the system, and consider ways they may contribute through services, advocacy, or partnership to improve outcomes for vulnerable children. And be it further proclaimed that the City of Cibolo affirms its commitment to collaborate with community leaders, service providers, and partner agencies, recognizing that together we can be successful in ensuring that every child has the opportunity to grow up safe, supported, and connected. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Cibolo to be affixed this 26th day of May 2026. Kara Latimer, Mayor of the City of Cibolo. And I would just like to add one quick thing. I know we do have someone on our council that is an advocate for foster children as well as other youth that need help. I am a teacher at Judson ISD and deal with children that are in the foster care system. So it takes a village to make sure our children and youth are taken care of and loved. So thank you to everyone.
Is Ms. Dimitri here? Yes, please come forward. This is Ms. Jade Dimitri, accepting with CASA of Central Texas. Please come forward. And now a word from
Our
Sandra Jason with True Light. I just want to say thank you, Mayor, for honoring this month. As a adoptive mom of 5 kids from the state of Texas and 2 biological kids, I cannot express how important it is to support people who take these kids in from such hard places. Children who are removed from their homes are not removed for simple issues. There's usually a lot of violence, drug abuse, abandonment, different things of that nature, from newborns born with drug addiction to 17, 18-year-olds who need a place to live. And so thank you, Cibolo and the council, for honoring that, because they do great work whenever they take these kids into their home. And we need more of you. So please, 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 please reach out to any agency and step up for these kids.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And before we read the National Bicycle Safety Month proclamation, we would like to invite Matthew Moreno from the Alamo Area Metropolitan Planning Organization to come say a few words about bicycle safety.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and City of Cibolo residents. My name is Matthew Moreno. I'm the Regional Transportation Planner at the Alamo Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, or AMPO. We are a transportation body that covers a 5-county region of Bexar, Comal, Kendall, Guadalupe, and Medina counties, and we allocate federal funds to transportation projects throughout the region. The Alamo Area MPO supports the City of Cibolo's Bike Safety Month proclamation. As the region's transportation planning and policy body, AMPO recognizes the need for safer, protected cycling infrastructure. Our region saw 7 cyclist deaths and 28 severe injuries in 2025. Those are people whose lives have ended or changed forever simply because they were cycling. These lives and the lives of the families affected have changed in incalculable ways. Through updated roadway design, policy choices, and events promoting cycling safety, such as with today's proclamation, we can prevent this trend from continuing into the future. National Bike Month aims to raise awareness of cycling as a viable form of transportation, particularly for short trips, not just a weekend activity. AMPO has supported the City of Cibolo through an $800,000 investment in the construction of Town Creek Trail and nearby crosswalk improvements, and $36 million towards improving FM 1103 from FM 78 to Rodeo Way. Don't know why I said it like that. Adding cycling infrastructure in addition to the additional travel lanes planned for that roadway. We thank the city for this proclamation and look forward to the continued partnerships between our 2 agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Councilman McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mayor. Proclamation designating May 2026 as National Bike Safety Month. Whereas the bicycle is an economical, healthy, convenient, and environmentally sound form of transportation, and an excellent tool for recreation and enjoyment of scenic beauty. And whereas throughout the month of May, the residents of Cibolo and its visitors will experience the joys of bicycling through educational programs, races, commuting events, charity events, or by simply getting out and going for a ride. And whereas Cibolo's road and trail system attracts bicyclists each year, providing economic health, transportation, tourism, and scenic benefits. And whereas creating a bicycling-friendly community has been shown to improve citizens' health, well-being, and quality of life, growing the economy, attracting tourism dollars, improving traffic safety, supporting student learning outcomes, and reducing pollution, congestion, and wear and tear on our streets and roads. And whereas Bike Texas, the League of American Bicyclists, schools, parks and recreation departments, police departments, public health districts, hospitals, companies, and civic groups will be promoting bicycling during the month of May 2026. And whereas these groups are also promoting bicycle tourism year-round to attract more visitors to enjoy our local restaurants, hotels, retail establishments, and cultural and scenic attractions. And whereas these groups are also promoting greater public awareness of bicycle operation and safety education in an effort to reduce collisions, injuries, and fatalities to improve health and safety for everyone on the road. And now, therefore, I, Carol Latimer, Mayor of City of Cibolo, do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Bike Safety Month in the City of Cibolo, and I urge all residents to join me in this special observance.
And Matthew. And now, Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month.
Proclamation designating May 2026 as Motorcycle Safety and Awareness Month. Whereas today's society finds more citizens involved in motorcycling on the roads of our country, both for affordable transportation and recreation, and whereas motorcyclists are less protected and therefore more prone to injury or death in a crash than other vehicle drivers, and whereas campaigns have helped inform riders and motorists alike regarding motorcycle safety issues to reduce motorcycle-related risks, injuries, and, most of all, fatalities through a comprehensive approach to motorcycle safety, and whereas it is the responsibility of all who put themselves behind the wheel to become aware of motorcyclists, regarding them with the same respect as any other motorist or vehicle traveling the highways of this country, and it is the responsibility of riders and motorists alike to obey all traffic laws and safety rules, and whereas all citizens of our country need to become aware of the inherent danger involved in operating a motorcycle, and for riders and motorists alike to give each other the mutual respect they deserve. Now, therefore, Mayor Kara Latimer of Cibolo, Texas, on behalf of the Cibolo City Council staff and all citizens, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 as Motorcycle Safety and Awareness Month in Cibolo, Texas, and urge all residents to do their part to increase safety and awareness in our community. And here to receive this proclamation is the Thin Blue Line.
Moving on to item 7, citizens to be heard. This is the only time during the council meeting that a citizen can address the city council. It is the opportunity for visitors and guests to address the city council on any issue, to include agenda items. All visitors wishing to speak must fill out the sign-in roster prior to the start of the meeting. City Council may not deliberate any non-agenda issue, nor may any action be taken on any non-agenda issue at this time. However, City Council may present any factual response to items brought up by the citizens. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Remarks may also be addressed to any individual member of the council, so long as the remarks are about matters of local public concern and not disruptive to the meeting or threatening to the member or any attendee, including city staff. Any person violating this policy may be requested to leave the meeting, but no person may be requested to leave or forced to leave the meeting because of the viewpoint expressed. Citizens who want to submit written comments to be read during the citizens' comment portion of the city council meeting should include their name, address, and reason why they are unable to attend the meeting at which they want their comments read. Comments must be submitted to the city secretary at citysecretary@cibolotx.gov no later than 2 p.m. prior to the city council meeting. All comments received that include the required information will be provided to the mayor and council and may be summarized or read at the meeting at the discretion of the presiding officer. This meeting is live streamed. So we're going to go to the live list first. We call first Emma Hubbard. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Emma Hubbard. I am a resident of Still Creek. But the information I'm going to talk about tonight was brought to my attention through the Planning and Zoning, but I'm not here in that capacity. I'm here as a resident of Still Creek. So what I want to demonstrate for people watching and the people here is that what you're looking at up here, I don't know if the mouse will do it, okay. This is Saddle Creek Ranch. This is 1103. And then you have Turning Stone, and it goes down, and we'll keep on moving. So here is a waterway off Saddle Creek Ranch. Here's another waterway, and here's another waterway. The water runs down.
Ms. Hubbard, would you be able to bring the mic closer?
Yes.
Thank you. For
Sorry.
those hearing at home.
Is that better? Okay. Okay, so 3 waterways. We're going to move down a little bit. This is still 1103, curves around. Now you have two waterways right here that become a bigger waterway. And then you still have that main waterway coming down right across and aside Schlatter Park. And I'm going to show other demonstrations of this in a moment. Now, 1103 is right here. This is Still Creek before it was built out. So now you have the two waterways coming across. This is Buffalo Crossing. This is Town Creek East. That's the crossing that crosses 1103. This is Town Creek West, the other crossing that crosses, and then you have HEB further over here. And then as if that wasn't enough, we have more water sitting here because that waterway still crosses on the backside and comes down. This is now Tolley Road, Still Creek, comes down. This is 78 right here. And this is Country Lane, which leads to Tolley Road, which eventually will lead to Lance Crossing, which is right here for Still Creek. Right here is what is called a 100-year floodplain. And as you can see, it runs across Lance Crossing, which Still Creek is back here. Unfortunately, this map is not caught up to our neighborhood being built out, but there are already houses back here. And then this is Lance Crossing, this is Tolley Road. Now, because this is a 100-year floodplain, we cannot, or the developer cannot build a street because of the velocity and the speed at which water would be going when there's a rainstorm. So there's going to have to be a bridge. Now, can we go to the PowerPoint? I'm waiting for the PowerPoint to be brought up. I'm sorry. Go ahead and click PowerPoint. Oh, there we go. Yep, you're right. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to go back and forth a little bit here. So as I said, this was brought to my attention because I'm on the Planning and Zoning Commission, but I'm not here in that capacity. I just want to reiterate that was why this was brought to my attention. This was brought to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and this is essentially a plat. The plat is for Unit 9, and this is what I want to focus on for this discussion tonight. But as you can see, up here is 1103, and from what I demonstrated, that water comes across Town Creek East, Town Creek West, and it merges in, and it comes back here behind Still Creek. And then it continues to go across, and right here is the 100-year floodplain. Now, right now, in the future, let me back up a little bit. So in the future, Knights Crossing, this is Still Creek. This is Knights Crossing right now. This is 1103. Eventually, this is not to scale, but eventually Knights Crossing is going to cross 1103, and it's going to link up here with Wiedner Road. And if you bring up this map on your phone, even right now, you're going to see that this reads Knights Crossing. And then it goes to Wiedner Road, which will get you to 1103. So let's go back to the waterways. Again, Saddle Creek Ranch, Waterway 1, Waterway 2, Waterway 3. The future Knights Crossing will link here. Water's running down. Now, as you can see, this still comes down across Buffalo Crossing and then down to the side, and again, Still Creek, which I just demonstrated earlier. And then it runs back here. This is just a bigger picture with everything labeled. Now, Knights Crossing, after it crosses 1103, will connect, but as you see, there's still a waterway that comes across Knights Crossing. So I'm not an expert, but I'm just going to assume there's going to be a street or a bridge to go over that as well that is comparable to Town Creek East and Town Creek West. Now back to Still Creek. This is Lance Crossing, Tolly Road, the 100-year floodplain that I spoke about, and the bridge that will need to be built. So the reason that I make this presentation and I demonstrate where the waterways are running for the council and the public is because we're going to go all the way back up to the plat. So right now, while there are no houses here, I'm not really too concerned as a resident. But because the developer has now brought this plat before planning and zoning, there's what is called a shot clock. Council is aware of that, so I'm not going to go into the details of it. Now, while this land is not developed just yet, they have excavated it. The streets are already paved. These streets right here are already paved and they come all the way around. While there are no houses there, when it rains, it's not a problem because the water just hits the land and the land absorbs the water. One of the things that we requested was that some brush be tacked onto here when they build it so that it will help, one, with noise and two, with the floodplain. What I'm requesting is that we were given a TIA, which is a traffic impact analysis. Thank you, I'm nervous, sorry. The traffic impact analysis basically says that with this plat that was presented, that essentially all the boxes are checked according to the UDC, the TIA, in order for those houses to be built. My concern is that we are beyond capacity, from what I understand, in our division. From the knowledge that I have, this bridge was supposed to have been built around the 200th house mark, when they built the 200th house, give or take a couple of houses. We are beyond that. So I don't really want these houses to be built just yet. I do want our development to be built out. It needs to be built out. We're waiting for it to be done. But before that housing development is built, I would like, or I'm requesting, that either the bridge between Lance Crossing and Tolly Road be fixed or be built, or the crossing from Knights Crossing across 1103 be completed. But I also understand that there are issues on Tolly Road that the city has to address with flooding on Tolly Road before we can open it up. Otherwise, if we build the bridge over the 100-year floodplain and our residents have access to Tolly Road and Country Lane, they will still be trapped during a rainstorm because of the low water crossings that end up shutting down both of those roads.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation.
Thank you.
Andrea Romero, good evening and welcome.
Thank you. I have been directly impacted by the fact that we only have one ingress and egress out of our development. We are all very excited to have growth and to have more homes and to have a larger community. However, I'm a registered nurse in the state of Texas, and I'm a hospice nurse. I take care of critically ill, dying patients. And as an on-call nurse, my job, which I have 5 of them, depend on my ability to turn around and return phone calls of patients who have passed or have urgent needs within 1 hour. Multiple times when our access in and out of the community has been shut down due to the flooding, I have not been able to attend to my patients' deaths, therefore having to call EMS or fire or 911 to attend to those death visits for us. It has become a very large problem for me. I am also a single mom, and I have a 5-year-old at home with a babysitter. Just recently, as 5 o'clock in the morning 2 weeks ago, when 1103 was shut down on both sides, I was out at a death visit, and I was unable to get home safely to return to my child and my babysitter. It definitely has impacted my work, and it is now impacting my personal life and my ability to parent. So I too also do not want Unit 9 to be accepted or to be, we're not ready for it just yet. I feel like there needs to be further thought and planning into another exit for us for safety purposes and for the security and the longevity of my position as a registered nurse.
Thank you. My apologies, technical difficulties. Tammy Levon, good evening and welcome.
Oh, okay. Good evening, everyone. I am Tammy LaFond from Venato Crossing, and here we go again. I'm here to speak on my community because we are still waiting for the developer to be held accountable for promises that he made or she made or whoever it is made, and they have not done their job. They're constantly building, and we're excited to see our community grow. However, we still need our park. We have made plans to do things as a community because we don't have a park. The HOA has promised to hold events for us. They have not come through. They come through, they ride around, they charge us for us not cutting our grass, but you should see their grass. The cement is falling over where they have the signs. They haven't cut the grass in probably 2 months. Where the pool was supposed to go, it's horrible. So I don't know what's going on. I would love for the developer to come to one of these meetings and explain himself as to why he's not keeping his promises. I understand there's a subdivision, a brand new subdivision in New Braunfels. They only have 25 houses, brand new houses. And guess what? They have a park. And it's frustrating. We were told that they were going to start building the park in March. And then it's May. And then I find out they don't even have a certificate to build. It's as if they don't care. And from what I understand, we're not the only subdivision that's been promised a park and don't have one. There's other ones throughout Cibolo. So my question is to you all, when are you going to tell this guy to step up and do his job or get lost and take his work somewhere else before we start protesting on 78 with signs telling people don't move here? Thank you.
Thank you. I do want you to know that the developer has submitted a permit for the pool and the club pavilion park area, but they, to my knowledge, they have not done anything but submit the permit. No plans? Yes, sir.
Mayor, they have received the permit, so they paid for the pool permit. It's issued. The contractor has it. And Mayor, as you know, I've been asking for the developer to provide me a written statement because I don't want to convey to council a verbal conversation I've had with him. I've not received that email to date. I'm still expecting that he will provide some answer that I can share with council, that you can share with the residents of Venato Crossing.
Mm-hmm. We have been asking, but thank you very much for coming and speaking because, you know, it's just not us. It has to be the voice of your community, so thank you. Kelly Fishback, good evening and welcome. And thank you for coming.
Thank you. I was just thinking about what should I say, because I feel like we're living the Edge of Tomorrow movie where we try to get through to figure out something and then we wind up right back where we were again. So here I again stand in front of you guys to say, where's the accountability? At the end of the day, where's the accountability? We've reached out, we've done barbecues, we've hosted many of you who are being elected in our community. We've had meetings, we've had community parties and things like that where we can talk. We've signed petition. We've sent in certified letters to have an HOA meeting. We have yet, as of to date, had any HOA meeting. That's not true to say any HOA. We have had 2 town halls, which do not count as an HOA meeting because that's not disclosing your yearly budget and so on and so forth. This gentleman he doesn't appear when we did the 2 town halls. I was not able to be on the call because I had to work. He did them at like 10 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday or Thursday, whatever it was. So majority of the community couldn't be part of them. He doesn't show his face on the posts. I have gone to the lengths of reaching out to many of you guys and saying, what do we do now? So I post on our group all the time, our Facebook group all the time, let's do this, rally together. We've sent letters into the HOA like committee out of Houston, whatever it is, where they can go through and review. I don't know how many of us did it, but I know many of us sent in a thing saying, hey, we still haven't had an HOA meeting. This is against the law. Texas, code says you have to have an annual meeting if you are a nonprofit yearly for your community. The community was started in 2017. We're at 2026, 9 years, 0 accountability. I just am here today to say, who do we go to next? Because we've gone to the HOA, filled out the forms. We've gone to the lawyer. The lawyer said, send a certified letter. We did that. No response. We're not getting anywhere. Now today, he came and turned over the dirt over where the pool is supposed to go. Okay, that's like the first action we've seen at all when it comes to anything near the pool area. Now I asked the question, did we get a permit? And yes, at least he filed for a permit, and that's not just sitting in the winds. But every one of us who went and stood with our person who was helping us to buy our house, they told us that pool was going to be in the following year. You know what I mean? Every one of us. 2017, first house, 2019, we're at 2026. No pool, no sign of pool. Well, he turned over the dirt today. It is very frustrating because people are coming in and they're complaining, why isn't this getting done? Why isn't this getting done? And to be fair, I'm writing letters. I've written to Abbott. I've written to half you guys, the managers. I've sent you guys emails. I've sent letters to every person that I can possibly think of. I've also sent letters now into the radio and into the news channels that are local because it's time for something to get done. This is ridiculous. We are sitting on a wait momentum at all times, and there's 0 accountability. If the law states that he has to have an HOA meeting to disclose the financials to the community who is putting the money in their bank, we should have a right to that meeting. And if there is no meeting, there should be some laws that's enforced, not just a law that's written on paper, but enforced. That's why we have laws. If I speed, I get a ticket. If I don't pay my taxes, I pay a fine. If he's not going to do what he is supposed to do, the law says he has to do, there has to be a consequence. So I'm submitting to you guys today, what can we do to hold the consequences, to hold his feet to the fire? Because enough is enough. We want to see things happening in our community. And the last thing, and I thank you for giving me the extra seconds, the last thing is we're told there's a possibility of there being an apartment complex behind where I live. I live on Poodoo Trail. Now, I paid an extra price for my lot because I would never, quote unquote, have neighbors behind me. An apartment building is much worse than a neighbor behind me, to be fair. Okay, and so this is an issue for me. You know what I'm saying? And where's the accountability? We need somebody, somehow, some way to step up and stop these guys from, listen, I'm happy for them to build away, but give us what we asked or what you promised. That's all we're asking for, and that's not unfair. And it's not unfair to ask for an HOA meeting to disclose the finances. That's not unfair. It's not unreasonable. It's the law. So we need you guys to come up somehow and figure out how we're going to get this done, because we will be standing in front of our development with signs before you know it, because we're done.
Ms. Fishback, that's why we have Venado Crossing on our agenda to discuss publicly this evening. We hear your concerns. We're going to try to do our best to provide what aid we can, but we want you to know, each and every one of us, that we hear you. We hear you loud and clearly. Our staff hears you loud and clearly. We are going to have discussion tonight about some things or steps that we may be able to recommend as a body to take care of. And then I do believe that that plat that you're speaking about will be coming back in June. Mr. Reed, is that correct? It will be coming back in June.
Yes.
Go ahead, thank you.
Yes, you're correct. Sorry.
So we will have more information about kind of curtailing that. So we are going to have discussion tonight. Please, if you do leave, at least put it on the YouTube and hear, or come back and watch what we have to say, because we are listening to you and we are going to discuss it this evening. So thank you so much for coming out, because if you don't come out as a community, we can't know all of your problems. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Reed, I just want to get clarification on something you said. You said that they had received a permit. When did they apply for the permit?
So they pulled the permit in March. I did not ask my building official when they applied for it, but it would have been applied for maybe 30 days before that.
Okay, thank you.
Antonio Goldstrom. Good evening.
Good evening,
and
ma'am.
welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Antonio Goldstrom, and I am a resident of Venado Crossing community. I am also a retired Air Force veteran of 30 years of service, and now in retired status, I continue to serve as an Air Force Junior RTC instructor. First, I would like to recognize and thank my neighbors who have worked so tirelessly in bringing the attention to the challenges our community has faced. Despite the frustrations we've experienced, the people in this community have been the best part of living there. We are often told that purchasing a home is one of the most important financial decisions a family will make. Unfortunately, for my family, the decision has become one filled with disappointment and regret. We purchased our home in late 2021. We were told that Venado Crossing would remain a smaller subdivision of approximately 80 homes. We were also told that the community amenities, including a pool, will be completed the following summer. Those promises have not been fulfilled. What has been the most frustrating is the repeated lack of transparency and responsiveness from both the builder and the HOA. My family currently has 2 architectural review committee requests that have now been pending for nearly 60 days. One request is to simply remove a dead tree from my front yard. The second is to install a GVEC backup battery system outside of our home. These requests were submitted on the 1st of April and acknowledged by the HOA on the 17th of April. As of today, no decision, no timeline, no meaningful communication has been provided on these ARCs. These may sound like small issues individually, but together they reflect a larger problem. Homeowners are not being treated with transparency, responsiveness, or respect they have been promised when they invested in this community. My family has even considered selling our home and moving elsewhere. However, due to the ongoing issues surrounding the development and HOA management, our property value has decreased significantly. According to our Guadalupe County appraisal, our home has dropped approximately $18,000 in market value since last year alone. As a veteran who purchased his home using the VA home loan, that decline is especially concerning. I'm here tonight because residents deserve accountability. We deserve honest communication, timely responses, and follow-through on commitments made to homeowners. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Alex Alvanotis, I think he just signed in. Eileen Alvanotis. Samantha Allen. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. My name is Samantha Allen, and I am a resident and concerned mother of Steel Creek. On April 20th, 2026, we received a very heavy storm come through our area. My daughter is a 3rd grader at Wiederstein Elementary and rides the buses. Because I work 45 minutes away from our community, I was watching the weather and I left early to pick her up early from school. On that day at approximately 4:22, An hour after school had already dismissed, we got a notification saying that the buses could not pick up our elementary students due to road closures. They had already closed off the entrance to our neighborhood. I do have neighbors next to me that unfortunately they did not go and pick up their student early. They were waiting for them to be brought home by the buses. These parents were in complete panic mode. No one could get out of our community, no one could get in. So as my neighbors spoke earlier about Unit 9 being built, with us not having another way in and out of our community is just not acceptable at this point. We would love the growth, but right now we're asking for the opportunity for another entrance and exit out of our community. I will yield the rest of my time to my husband as well. Thank you.
Okay. I'm on a minute and 40 seconds. Okay. Okay. John Allen. Oh, thank you. Did you do that or did I do that? I'll let you do that. My apologies. Good evening, Mr. Allen. My apologies. I was technical difficulties a little. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, ladies and gentlemen that are here tonight. Thank you to my wife for giving me your time. Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here and, speak my voice and matters that's affecting our community and in our city of Cibolo. Three things I'm going to address and I'd like to bring up. One, it's obvious, our Steel Creek community. And just like many people already mentioned, where's the accountability for people, right? We're all adults, right? We know what accountability is. These communities are $500 million communities. $500 million communities, that's a lot of freaking money. So why aren't they being held accountable? They're building the properties like crap. The streets are falling apart, the curbs are breaking. I mean, there's so much stuff going on. During my first year, I went back and forth between DR Horton and the office. I just know that they're like kind of behind O'Reilly's. There's a road and there's like a Department of Public Works back there. I went there many times. They were very helpful to me. They gave me ammunition to go back, hey, go to DR Horton, take them this documents and say, you're accountable for this. They're accountable for this, we're accountable for this, and it worked. And so I'm very grateful for that. However, where's the accountability for DR Horton not fixing issues within our community still, like the egress? Okay, now to my knowledge, or from what I've been told, is once a community is 50%, there has to be a second egress. It's like against the law. That community is well over 50% already. It's about 70% populated with residents, and I think it's probably like 80% developed, okay? So where's the second egress? So you're telling me that if something happens right next to Steele High School, King's Crossing, if that road gets shut down for whatever reason, nobody can leave? What is that? Nobody can get emergency care? Policemen, firefighters can't get in there, can't get in and out? That's unacceptable. All right, so where's the accountability for that? If you all live there, I guarantee you'd make something happen. I know you would, okay? I know you've probably been affected by the flooding around here, okay, if you live here in this community. 420, when all that flooding happened, myself and a lot of other people couldn't get home till 8 o'clock that night. Okay, it is what it is. We're waiting, but why? Why does that have to happen, okay? A police officer that was escorting traffic, I asked her, I said, well, what am I supposed to do? What do we do then? And she was just like, well, I don't know. I don't really know what to tell you, right? Maybe she's having a bad day. She want to be there in the rain. Well, that's unacceptable. I said, well, can I just park my car here and just walk home? Are you going to let me walk? Like, I need to get home. I don't know. Well, can you call somebody on the mic and ask them, hey, can I walk over there? I don't have communication with them over there. They're a quarter mile down the road. You don't got communication with the other cops over there? Come on, don't feed me that BS, okay? Another issue was a couple months back, there was other flooding and people couldn't get in or out of anywhere. They're being routed around Tully Road and all types of areas, and it was bad, right? So I know we're all affected, but why aren't we addressing it, okay? Who's being accountable? I guarantee the people in this room, if you're not the experts, you work with the experts. So make them do their jobs, okay? Make them do their jobs. There's experts somewhere, okay? The other thing is I would like to bring up, since it came to my mind, is police officers see me like they're going exceedingly fast on the road, okay? 1103 is not very big. It's 40, 45, right? People, there's emergencies, I get it, but when the cop car is going 70, 80 miles an hour down that road, and there's teenagers all up and down that road all the time, to me, that seems kind of dangerous. But I'm not an expert, but it's happening. And if you haven't noticed it, then I don't know what to tell you, okay? It's happening all the time. That's pretty dangerous. Another issue is the school transportation system, okay? Don't know if anybody here works with the school board, but like I said, y'all can reach out and touch those people. For weeks and weeks and weeks, the school buses are late to picking up our children and dropping them off, and there's no fix to that. Somebody, why can't our school system fix that problem? Why can't they sit down at a round table, come up with some solutions, some ideas, and get that fixed? I mean, that's just unacceptable as well, right? Who's being held accountable for that? I could give you suggestions and solutions if you want, but whatever. That's just my words. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Demi Williams, did I say that right?
Hi, everybody. I guess for me, it's frustrating because Cibolo is a good community, and for those of us that live over here, we want to live over here. But all these communities having all these issues with new builds, this is ridiculous. Like, we've opened up our house, we've had meetings, we wrote letters, we've done everything we've been asked to do. And not one person has said, this is gonna be done. The builders in Venado Crossing, last time we came and had this meeting, they couldn't get a stoplight. They got that stoplight 2 days later, and the building process started. I moved in 5 years ago. We've been waiting on a pool in the park, and they just built, in the last 60, 90 days, there's 30 new houses ready to move in June. Why would you sign up for a permit for a pool in April? That's dumb. You've been saying for 7 years there was gonna be a pool, so why did you sign up in April? Because you told us in May. So magically today, there's this meeting. Now all of a sudden you went over there and messed up the grass, which is gonna look terrible for the next 6 months or till May of next year. For this to be a new community, it looks absolutely terrible. The grass hasn't been cut in the front. The bricks are falling down. The fence looks like it is a rainbow, beige and brown. Unacceptable. The builders over there, you have open houses for these brand new, beautiful homes, and people drive through trash. Their cars get scratched because the weeds are everywhere. We have grass up to our knees. When are you gonna tell the builder, don't build another house until you do one thing that you said you were gonna do? For me, I just feel like we're wasting our time coming to meetings. We wasting our time writing letters. We wasting our money paying HOA fees. Our HOA fees are $500 a year. We have nothing. We carry around our dog poop. We don't even have a dog poop thing. We don't have a bench to sit on. I work for Reserve. Reserve is a place that places people in model homes for their assistance. And so I go to these places, and New Braunfels, they don't have that issue. There are 30 houses, but they have a park, they have benches in their common area, they have covered places for their residents to get together. We open our home, we provide food, we provide snacks. You send the HOA a message, they don't return a call. But if y'all keep giving them permits to build, this is why nothing is changing. They get to do everything they want to do and no accountability. None. So you want to be council members and mayor for a city where you have 500 or 10,000 unhappy residents just to keep one builder or two builders? Send them builders on, more will come. Like, this is getting crazy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Matthew Moreno is the other guy that came. Miss Maggie Titterlington. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Council. A few things I want to put on your radar. We have 8 ribbon cuttings, 9 if you count Fridays, and half of them are Cibolo businesses. Isn't that awesome? So this Friday on the 29th at 10 a.m., Olive Garden is officially opening. So excited about that. On June 5th, Insperity at 3 p.m., Cibolo person. However, they're going to have it at our chamber house on 1730 Shirts Parkway, but so excited to welcome Charity to that. River City Ace Hardware, another big one on June 12th at 4 p.m. Shannon and Cameron and Michael are very excited about this. We've been spending some time talking about more promotion and letting people know. If you all have not been to River City Ace Hardware lately, oh my gosh, you're going to be so surprised at how much stuff is in that building. The Purpose Church, which, to be fair, half is in Cibolo and half is in Marion, but that's okay. We're still calling it a Cibolo business. The Purpose Church is going to be doing their ribbon cutting on the 15th at 10 a.m. of June. And last but not least, they're a nail lab, which is a great place to get your pedicures done, June 25th at 11 a.m. We do have a really cool lunch coming up next month. June is our anniversary, 21 years of being your Chamber of Commerce. It's on the 16th, and I love the title, Is Your Website Killing Your Business? So we have a digital marketing expert coming in, and he actually, within about 10 minutes, assessed our chamber website. It's kind of sad where we came in on it, but we do have things that we can fix. But he's going to do that for everybody that comes that wants it. He says he's going to roast your website before you get ghosted by your potential clients. So very clever. So that's June 16th. You can go ahead and RSVP online for that. And last but not least, Chamber Bowl, coming up August 21st. Looking forward to who the Cibolo team is going to be. Of course, we raised funds for the DECA classes for Steele and Clemens High School, which if you're not familiar with DECA, that is the program that promotes entrepreneurs and businessmen and women and gives them a leg up to be able to get scholarships to go to college, to come back here and be businessmen and women. So that's August 21st, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. And I am so happy to say we have 180 persons we need to get, and we're already halfway filled. So my goal is $15,000 that I want to give in scholarships. Last year we did just about 12. I know we can do 3,000 more. So if y'all can figure out if you have a team to put together, and anybody within the sound of my voice watching this video, if you want to play, please help us raise those funds for those kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiffany Albus. Sandra Adjison. Elena Bratton. E. Bowker. 137 Rattlesnake Way. Oh, Bratton. Something Bratton. Oh, they weren't here. Okay. Colleen Tyler. Good evening and welcome.
Mic check. Oh, okay. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and to the city staff. My name is Colleen Tyler. I'm a Navy veteran, a technical engineer with the Department of Defense, a single mother, and a resident of Venado Crossing. In my professional role, I advise the warfighter on technology integrations and systems enhancements, which requires me to research, verify information, review documentation, and understands how everything connects. So I went ahead and applied that logic when residents started asking questions about the light and traffic signal near our neighborhood. A text doc record shows that HDC Venado Crossing LLC donated work valued at approximately $340,000 for restiping FM 78 and the installation of a traffic signal on FM 78 and Durward Outlook. Now, given my background and knowledge being very rudimentary in regards to how this all works, this may be a normal developer requirement, but given the fact that our answers coming from our developer and our HOA have been fairly inconsistent, we just want to know who paid for it. Did HOA funds contribute to it? Who maintains it? And, how do we pay the ongoing costs to it? These questions matter a lot because many residents, we didn't receive our statements or clear breakdowns on our HOA fees until this last few months, which made it difficult to understand how the funds we have already contributed to our HOA have been collected, tracked, or used. And that's why I'm here tonight. We're still trying to get clear answers about developer obligation, HOA transparency, upkeep at the front of our neighborhood, and the delayed amenity center that was represented to many of us when we bought our homes. This is part of a larger issue. We still don't have a clear timeline for our amenity center. We have upkeep issues. The HOA meetings are being held in the middle of the day with no consistent meeting notes being provided afterwards, even when we request, and residents are told that they will not be recording the meeting. Now, if residents cannot attend because they are working, cannot review any notes afterwards, and cannot record what is being said, then how are homeowners supposed to stay informed of the issues? So I'm asking the city to please take these concerns seriously before approving any other further actions in regards to Venado Crossing. We need an amenity center timeline, documentation, developer-funded improvements tied to TxDOT or city requirements, answers, accountability for neighborhood upkeep, and better transparency from the HOA and the developer-controlled board. We're not asking for special treatment here. We're just asking for transparency, accountability, and for the commitments that have been made to our community being honored. And I trust y'all to help make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, there's a question. We have a question.
It's just a question. I just was wondering, who's the management company for Venado Crossing? Thank you.
We really hear your issues. You know that each of us are struggling to figure out a solution, and hopefully this evening we will be able to come to some kind of recommendation. Charity Rodriguez. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, everybody. I'm here on behalf of Saddle Creek Ranch's HOA. As you have seen, there's a floodplain in between our communities. And my biggest concern is honestly, I've walked the community with some of you. And I welcome an opportunity for you to come and walk with me if you're curious. But what we have seen is the builders leaving things in disarray. The drainage ditches, we can't fix that. They have closed the houses too close together, and there is debris, rock, wood, stone, gravel, all of that pouring into that. We have never, I've lived there 10 years. I've never seen flooding on 1103 like I have now. That is not okay when you can't. I'm fortunate that a portion of my community can get out. But on the other side of it, Coy Lane, they're stuck. And even on the day that it was raining and it was, 5 o'clock, we're getting warnings, school's closed. I made the decision to stay home because I had the flexibility to do so. Not everybody does. And my biggest concern is you've had engineers go out and clear stuff, and they're leaving poles and netting and drainage ditches in disrepair with no access for future care. That's my biggest concern. And the second largest concern is you're building behind us higher elevations, and nothing is being done that I can tell to mitigate the drainage because we are feeding into others. And I have a problem with that because one of the biggest concerns of the flooding day that I actually personally felt was all the people below me. I understand that our community just goes into somebody else. And when we're going over 1103, it is not okay. And now we've got TxDOT working on a road that we're flooding over. And I don't understand that because if you've got drainage that you've put in place, I don't understand how we're having that issue now. If they needed to fix that, I believe that there should have been a flood study, some drainage assessment way before we got to this place. And I really would love for there to be some sort of flood drainage study done on our community, because I feel that we've taken the step and not had engineers or drainage or anything put in place. And now that we've got these drains that we cannot take care of, we cannot. I don't know what we're supposed to do. We're an HOA. We don't have big forklifts. That's not my purview. I want to take care of community planning. I don't want this. So I would request that you do a flood study, and I would request that you hold these builders and these developers accountable, because they are leaving this for everybody else, including the city of Cibolo, because some of it's already been given to us. They're leaving the bag in our hands. And I do appreciate all the help you've given us so far, but that's not done. We need more. Thank you.
So I would like to make a factual statement. In the city of Cibolo, the problems that you're having are reviewed by our city engineering firm that does the inspections. I hope, Mr. Reed, that after this evening, that we will have a very robust and fruitful comment. These things are the things that we have heard as we walk your communities to campaign. And to say that it feels like I'm banging my head against a brick wall, repeatedly bouncing off, is an understatement. So I feel your frustration. I think everyone on this council feels your frustration and fear. And all of us, take it very seriously, because we don't need to we cannot lash out. We have to solve this problem for you. We have to find a way to solution. And I believe this council is on board to do that. And how we do that is something that I want to be given to the public transparently. Transparently, how we solve that problem. Does anybody have anything else to say? We hear you. You and these issues are top of mind and matter. We have 2 emails. I'm going to summarize them. One is from Mrs. Jennifer Quinn. She lives in Still Creek. She has sons and children that she is the caregiver for, that she is not able to attend this meeting tonight for. She has some issues with the flooding that have prohibited her or made her fearful in the event that she would need emergency services. It took emergency services at one call to her home to receive services over 30 minutes to transport her child. The emergency service vehicle was trapped on Knight's Crossing adjacent to the high school, and their cars were unable to move out of the way of the ambulance while her child experienced respiratory distress. She is upset. Now, this occurrence occurred when it was flooding, and she is exhausted, and she needs to be able to rely on these medical services reaching her. And she is extremely concerned about how that's going to happen with the one entrance and exit from her home. She says this challenge for her and her family is literally life and death. So she's asking that this topic, for families like hers and others, to be looked into seriously. She graciously and wholeheartedly requests that this be evaluated with our empathy and not just with a financial mindset, that we're a community that her community, Still Creek, has been patient in the process, and they've had it. Thank you. I have another email. She says, hello, City Council. My name is Michelle Abrams, and I am a resident of Still Creek, 647 Fluted Shoals. Unfortunately, I'm not able to attend tonight's meeting because I cannot get off work in time, but I wanted to make sure that my concerns were heard by you. I'm very concerned about the flooding issues in our area, especially with the continued growth and the increased traffic. The low water crossings and the drainage concerns are becoming a serious safety issue for residents and families during heavy rain events. I would also like to ask the city carefully consider how Knights Crossing and the Tolly Bridge connection may impact flooding, traffic congestion, and emergency access for our surrounding neighborhoods. Please continue prioritizing infrastructure improvements and long-term planning to protect the residents already living here. Thank you for your time, Christy Abrams. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for coming and speaking. Moving on to the consent agenda. All items listed below are considered to be routine and non-controversial by the council and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member so requests, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered as part of the order of business. 8A, approval of the February 2026 revenue and expense report pending final acceptance of the city's financial audit for the 25-26 fiscal year. 8B, approval of the February 2026 check register. Approval 8C, approval of the minutes from the May 12, 2026 meeting. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve 8A, B, and C. Second.
Marissa. Yours didn't register? Okay. Thank you. 9, appointments. 9A, discussion action on the reappointment of Ed Phillips as Cibolo's municipal court judge for a 3-year term. You should have included, there should have been an email that you received with the judge's evaluation and ranking. Did anybody not receive that? Do I have any discussion? Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve 9A.
And I second that.
All right, moving on to 10, oath of office. 10A, Municipal Court Judge Ed Phillips. Ms. Chaplain, will you be doing the swearing in? Thank you.
If you'll raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Edmund P. Phillips Jr.,
I, Edmund P. Phillips Jr.,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully
that I will faithfully
execute the duty
execute the duty
of Municipal Court Judge
of the Municipal Court Judge
for the City of Cibolo,
for the City of Cibolo,
Texas,
Texas,
and will to the best
and will to the best
of my ability
of my ability
preserve,
preserve,
protect,
and
defend
defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and laws
and laws
of the United States,
of the United States,
the state of Texas,
State of Texas,
and the City of Cibolo.
and the City of Cibolo.
So help me God.
So help me God. Thank you.
Congratulations.
All right, moving on to 11A, the Union Pacific Sidewalk across the railroad tracks on Main Street. I vowed that I would keep this on the agenda until we got it done. We are 60 years old and still. So hopefully we will hear about it in 12A. Moving on to 12A, Administration Capital Improvement Program, updates on projects, Main Street Sidewalk across the railroad, planning for the 1555 grant, Veterans Nimitz Park renovation, all of those many things listed. Planning for FM 78, our water extensions, sewer rehabilitation, under construction in FM 1103 utility relocation, design Deer Creek Boulevard, Cordillera to Falling Sun, substantial completion of the FY25 street rehabilitation package 2, under construction Silver Wing, Cibolo Valley Drive to Thistle Creek, Town Creek Road, Green Valley Road to Bentwood Pass, Firewood Run, Silver Wing to Kipper Avenue, Tolly Road, design Town Creek Trail design. All right, Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mayor. And so I have this ready in an email to hit send after I say this, so you will get this by email shortly. Let me start off with the Main Street sidewalk across the railroad. The update tonight, and we have Margarita Hernandez, the Assistant Public Works Director, here tonight. I've asked her to elaborate on the update. It's a positive update. So what she will speak to is that during a diagnostic test 2 months ago, UPRR identified several deficiencies to the pavement markings at and near the railroad. So she's going to talk about how staff is going to be fixing that. And also they commented about some deficiencies at the UPRR, identified an issue, not a deficiency, an issue with the traffic signal at FM 78 and Main Street. She's going to talk about that as well. I have the full report in my OneNote here and in the email to you. So, Ms. Hernandez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I hope you've been doing well. My voice is so strong. Let me put it over here. So, Mayor, We have been working on the project. We had a diagnostic meeting 2 months ago. We met with Union Pacific, TxDOT, the engineers. We walked the project. During that diagnostic meeting, there were several items identified by Union Pacific, such as signage missing there and pavement markings. In addition, they identified an issue at the traffic signal on 78 and Main Street. So in order for us to move forward with any kind of plan that might be approved by them, by Union Pacific, we had to address those issues up front. So since then, Russell, our superintendent for streets, has installed all the signage required by the the MUTCD manual. And we are working on the pavement markings. As you know, it has been raining. We have to add it to our different locations where we do pavement markings. And we anticipate having it completed by June 12th. In addition, we have that meeting scheduled with TxDOT for the first week of June, where we're going to talk to them about the traffic signal and how it impacts the queuing at the railroad tracks. That is the biggest concern from Union Pacific, that the light stays too long on red, and so the cars are stacking all the way to the railroad tracks. And that creates a safety hazard for Union Pacific and the drivers. So we're going to meet with Union Pacific, TxDOT, their engineers, our engineers, to come up with a solution, obviously looking at the timing to see if they add more green time for Main Street so more traffic can go through it and reduce the amount of queuing at the railroad tracks. That goes in conjunction with our signage that has been installed and will be installing, saying no standing at the railroad tracks because it's unsafe. So we received plans from the consultant on Friday. They submitted it to us. Those plans were as a result of that diagnostic meeting we had with Union Pacific. They recommended adding some improvements to the railroad tracks, and that's what we have done. I haven't reviewed it because we were off yesterday and I had a bucket load of emails today and doing a million other things. But I anticipate to review those plans this week to ensure that we address all the concerns from Union Pacific and that we meet every expectation from them.
Ms. Hernandez, thank you very much. Council, Mayor, if you have a question about any of that before I move on, this would be a good time to ask her.
I am concerned, and I think the light at FM 78, that's not on us, right? Okay. Are they tying that to us? Are they
No.
tying that to us and our ability to move forward with the railroad track, the sidewalk over the railroad track? You said, because you said we had to address those issues before we could move on with
Yeah.
the.
They're not tying it to us, Mayor, but they do want the city to be the liaison, having those communications with Union Pacific and TxDOT. And that is what we're doing. We're
Okay,
sitting
I
at the
just
table
wanted
to
to be
ensure.
very clear to the UPRR that we are not, that's not our, and they should not be dealing with us. If we've made the corrections necessary on Main Street, they can skedaddle that part, and I'm sure that we will be glad to help them with it, but they should not be putting our project on Main Street and across the railroad tracks on the bricks because of that.
Once we have the meeting, I'm going to check that box to say we
Okay.
helped coordinate that meeting with Union Pacific and TxDOT, and that is our involvement there.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Any other questions?
Then, Mayor, let me move on. The community center, the plans, this is the renovation for Phase 2. Plans have been updated and are ready for review by the Building Inspections Department. We're just making sure that those plans are buildable, ready for a contractor, and then we will be issuing the request for bids. Ms. Hernandez, what's the timeline for releasing that?
Yes, so we have a meeting with the staff this week to review the plans. Once that's completed, any comments that we have, which we anticipate to be very minimal or none, we're going to send it to the consultant. They'll have 1 week to address them, and then by the second week, probably early third week of June, I will have those plans out for bid.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then updates on the FM 78 sewer rehabilitation. Again, this is going down towards Funtown RV. The wastewater line is in service, so that project is completed. The utility relocation on FM 1103, new bid opening date is June 5th, so just a little more than a week out. An award of contract will come back in late June, early July. Deer Creek Boulevard, staff is working on project closeout for Package 1. That's Green Valley Road 1, Green Valley Road 2, and Deer Creek Boulevard. The other roadways in the street rehab package number 2, Town Creek, Firebird Run, and Silver Wing continue to have some delays on markings, striping due to the inclement weather, and that will continue for pavement markings will be delayed until the roads are dry enough for the pavement markings. Were there any questions about the street rehab package 1 or 2?
No, I just have
Okay.
a question about at the Funtown RV onto Hagerville driveway. Do you know if that's going to, if the drop-off is going to be fixed, or if that access is no longer going to be used?
So during the reconstruction of Hakerville Road, Funtown RV and the city came to an agreement that we would build the apron up to their property line, and they would reconstruct or grade into their site because there's that wrought iron gate, not just a fence there. They did not want us to touch that, and so until they fix it, they can't use it. But if you ever see them fixing it, they have the permission to do that, tie into that apron right there.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay.
And so no out-of-state travel, I'm moving on from CIP projects, no out-of-state travel in the coming month. And we did post the Public Works Director position. So that is out for advertisement. And then I want to close by saying that much comment has been made tonight about the recent flooding and the closures, particularly of FM 1103, which has stranded many of our residents. It closed the Steele High School from egress and ingress, and some of the parents tonight were speaking to that. I want the public to know, I want the mayor and the council to know that I am continuing to work with the area engineer at TxDOT to have a one-day lane closure of FM 1103. This is that portion just past Saddle Creek, that area that traditionally never flooded, that began to flood with April 20th, with May 1st, and recently, last week, it even flooded during just a 3-inch rain. This one-day closure will be to improve and resolve this recurring flooding that has created great inconvenience, and in some instances, the blockage of necessary emergency services or life support for our residents. Some of our residents spoke to that. Mr. Smith at TxDOT was out of town the last 2 days of last week, returned today. He quickly responded to my last email and said he would review the draft letter and get back to us tomorrow. As soon as we can get that letter approved, we've asked TxDOT for a minimum number of days so that we can notice the neighborhoods, the HOAs, the businesses along the roads, so that we can communicate publicly as much as possible, so that we can reduce frustrations. It will be a one-day closure, so 1 day of pain for a removal of a recurring safety issue. So I wanted you to be aware that is a top priority this week to get done. And we will announce to the council and to the public what day that will be and how we're communicating that out. More to come as soon as I hear back from TxDOT. And again, they have to, and the contractor, commit to moving forward on the timeline and keeping it to 1 day. I also want you to know that we have the Cibolo Summer Nights event. It's the kids fishing tournament on June 5th, starting at 6:30 p.m. Very popular event for the kids of our community. And I also want to say that regarding the concerns around flooding, the city made a commitment to work with our regional partners to address this, not just the issue that I mentioned a second ago, but the holistic approach in bringing regional partners to the table, literally and figuratively. And so we do have a meeting set. That is, it is in June. It is June 10th in the afternoon. We have multiple partners who have confirmed. That includes the school district, because they were impacted. We want their voice at the table. Guadalupe County, Alamo Area Council of Governments, ACOG, TxDOT, the Texas Water Development Board, UPRR, our railroad. These agencies are all being invited for a regional discussion on flood impacts and mitigation. So far, the school district, AACOG, TWDB, and Guadalupe County are confirmed. We are still waiting for TxDOT to confirm. I'm confident that they will participate. The railroad has not responded. We'll work extra hard. Lower confidence on the railroad being here, but I certainly hope they recognize they're part of the solution and will attend. I wanted to update you
I
on
really
that.
do want to thank you for that. The citizens know that when I was elected, the flooding concerns were a huge issue to me. Mr. Reed has really made a tremendous effort to get to the bottom of a lot of the issues that we are living with. And he himself, as a resident of Cibolo, lives with as well. I really would like to invite and encourage the UPRR to attend, because some of the flooding concerns that we have past Still Creek that go into valves off of Country Lane is directly impacted, as well as our police department from the UPRR rail, from the bridge, the train trestle bridge there, and the FM 78 bridges. So if you could please let them know that it would be very important for them to show up, because that is the only outlet. They own the only outlet for that water to traverse through. So I would really appreciate it if they took a seat.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
And that's all tonight. And all this, including that last update, will be in the email to you shortly.
Moving on to 12B, Fire Department Monthly Report. Does anybody have any questions? Okay. No? All right. Moving on to 13A, discussion presentation on the 2026 Strategic Partnership Grant Program application. Mr. Huggins. Good evening and welcome and thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this is our third year of doing the Strategic Partnership Grant Program for the City of Cibolo. If y'all recall, the first year we had 4 applications, and it was a little easier to decide who would get what funding, but last year you had 14, and it was a little more difficult. This year you have 18, and requested about $86,000, almost $87,000 in funding for these 18 different applications. Fortunately, you only have $12,000 to divide up with these applicants. So tonight, we just wanted to provide the applications to you in your packet. Sent you a grading matrix, if that helps you kind of to help decide what funding you want to put on for the different applicants. If you'd like to send me your responses with what you think should be graded, I'll add all of them up on one matrix and bring that back at the next council meeting and present that to you, so y'all can make an informed decision on where you really would like to divvy up the funding. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, but that's kind of tonight's just kind of giving you the information, and then we'll come back at the next council meeting and y'all can make the final determinations.
Any questions? My only statement would be, as we prepare to go through the Strategic Partnership Grant Program process, that we make sure that we have a vetting credentialing overview to make sure that each of the, that they exist and that they are the kind of agency that they say they are, like a 501c or a 50c6, C3, 12, 42 HUD.
So all of the applicant, well, I'm sorry, there's one applicant that's not a 501c3.
Do you know if they are like a 50, like a learning one or an agency one?
No, ma'am.
So, because not all nonprofits are 50 whatever. All of the numbers and the letters.
Yeah.
Okay. Just so long as the
I believe that, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt
No,
you.
you're
But
good.
I believe the matrix I sent you in your email initially, or another one added on the packet, has all their 501c3 numbers on it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just so that folks know, we take it seriously.
Yes, ma'am.
And I appreciate that. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Huggins. Okay. 13B, discussion action regarding the final plat of Still Creek Unit 9, Mr. Vasquez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The property owner is Continental Homes of Texas LP. The representative is Becky Carroll with Pape Dawson Engineers. The area is approximately 23 acres, located southwest of the intersection of Town Creek Way and Lance Crossing. This is in Council Place 4. The existing zoning is low-density, single-family residential SF2, and the proposed use is 36 single-family residential homes, 2 open space lots. On June 26 of 2018, City Council approved the land study for the Still Creek subdivision, a public improvements agreement, also called the PIA with Continental Homes of Texas LP, was later approved by Council on July 22nd of 2022. Both the land study and the PIA were subsequently amended and approved on April of 2025. The amended land study for this subdivision covers approximately 396 acres and includes a total of 919 residential lots. The final plat of Still Creek Unit 9 proposes 36 single-family residential lots with a typical size of 80 feet by 250 feet. The plat includes approximately 3,105 linear feet of roadway, and mainly it's Lance Crossing, which is a 50-foot right-of-way, and Magnolia Creek, which also is a 50-foot right-of-way. These streets are to be dedicated to the public and maintained by the city. The city's master thoroughfare plan identifies a future north-south connector, generally to the west of this unit, Unit 9. Per the amended PIA, the developer will dedicate approximately 47 acres of land to the city for the future construction of this planned thoroughfare. An updated TIA was reviewed and approved by the city engineer as a part of this review. Sewer and water will be served by the city. Electricity will be served by Guadalupe Valley Electric. Letters of certification from GVEC and Cibolo Creek Municipal Authority recommending approval of Unit 9 have been submitted. The stormwater management plan for Still Creek was reviewed and approved by the city engineer as well. While the FEMA floodplain passes portions of the plat, the proposed development does not include any residential lots within the floodplain. Parkland dedication is not proposed with this plat, as this requirement was previously met with the dedication in prior units. Staff and the city engineer reviewed the plat and the associated documents. The plat was deemed to be administratively complete and in compliance with the city's subdivision regulations, as well as 212 of the Texas Local Government Code. So staff was recommending approval. At the May 13th Planning and Zoning meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 5-2 to recommend denial of the final plat based on the TIA and the stormwater management plan. And I do believe that the applicant is here if you have any questions, but staff is available as well.
Thank you. Any questions? I have a lot to say about this, so.
I don't necessarily have a question, but I would like for us to possibly consider tabling this issue so we can get a better grasp on the whole funding flooding that is occurring in the area. And I guess with P&Z denying it, but yet staff is asking us to approve it, I think there's a little more information that we need to have as council.
We can't table it. We cannot table it. We would have to deny it because it's a plat and it's under a shot clock. That's why Planning and Zoning denied it, because they had questions. So in the form of a plat, if you have grounds, you have to deny, because you can't table or postpone. So I have some questions.
So we'll let you ask.
Mr. Reed, did you have something you wanted to interject?
Mayor, I just wanted to reiterate that Aaron Spencer commented that the developer's here and they may be able to answer some of the questions, or at least respond to some of the questions.
I wrote it down so I wouldn't meander, okay? So here's the issues that I have. First, I want to thank Planning and Zoning for doing an amazing job of reviewing the plats before them. I think this was a challenging plat, and there are times when your oversight bodies like Planning and Zoning Commission or this council body may not agree with staff. That does not mean that there's anything nefarious going on. It means that the body is doing its job to the best of its ability. So you had heard that there was a 200 limit. So I'm just gonna read this because it would be more cohesive than what's going on in this scrambled egg brain. I do not support the approval of the Still Creek Unit 9 in its current form. The original circulation concept of the Still Creek subdivision clearly contemplated the future Tolly Road connection as part of the overall transportation network for this subdivision. The land study specifically stated that the connection to Tolly Road must be constructed by the completion of the 200th home. At the same time, access to Town Creek Way was intentionally limited to emergency vehicles only. This was the neighborhood that has a road that we call a knockbox. It was intentionally gated off at that time to limit it to emergency vehicles only. That means Unit 9 is effectively functioning with a single practical public access point through Knights Crossing, and only Knights Crossing, and that matters. Our Unified Development Code does not simply ask whether there are lines drawn on a plat. It requires that adequate public improvements exist and that infrastructure be sufficient to serve the needs of the subdivision before approval is granted. And I don't believe we have sufficiently demonstrated that this standard has been met under these current conditions. Before this council can responsibly approve Unit 9, we need some clear answers to several questions. Here they are. Does Unit 9 currently have more than one functional public vehicular access route? Does emergency-only access through Town Creek satisfy the connectivity and emergency access expectations under our UDC and DCM? Did the approval of the traffic impact analysis assume the future Tolly Road connection would already exist by this phase of the development? Has the fire marshal formally approved this temporary single access condition given the number of increase in homes? Under what specific UDC or DCM provision has staff determined this configuration satisfies the requirements for adequate public improvements? If Knights Crossing is blocked due to an accident, flood event, stalled school traffic, or emergency response activity, what is the evacuation and emergency access for this plan for the residents? These are not my theoretical concerns. These are life, safety, resiliency, and infrastructure questions that can go directly to the intent of our subdivision regulations. For this reason, I believe this plat should be denied at this time. However, I also believe that there is a clear path forward. The public improvement agreement should be brought back for the amendment or clarification, and maybe it has been, Mr. Reed, has it? Has the PIA been brought back?
No, ma'am, not since it was amended in April of 2025.
Okay, just double checking there. Back for the amendment or clarification so the developer can move forward immediately with the Lands Crossing Tolly Road connection and complete the infrastructure necessary to support this phase safely and responsibly, right? Now, I want to be clear, and I think that the residents of Steel Creek feel the same way. This is not about stopping the development of Steel Creek because they love their neighborhood. It's about making sure that the development keeps pace with the infrastructure and access commitments that were originally contemplated for this project. The residents who live there deserve more than a single way in and out while we wait on future roadway connections to eventually catch up. So those are the reasons that I would like to deny. This is not one individual. It's a series of unfortunate events that maybe you would prefer to talk about. Otherwise, we can just move to taking a motion, unless there's other questions, or unless you want to answer my questions.
Where's the developer? You stated that the developer was here.
Do you want to answer? Okay. And I can restate them if you would like to.
I might need you to do that. Hi, my name is Becky Carroll. I'm with Pape Dawson Engineers. And I'm going to do my best to try to answer a couple of questions and things that I've heard tonight. So the first question I think you brought up was regarding the access, and I appreciate you keeping this tied to Unit 9. The answer is yes. There are two access points, being Knights Crossing and also Town Creek Way. Those access points both get you to 1103. And then speaking on the 1103, I think the probably very valid concerns about any flooding that is occurring or may be occurring, that is upstream of Steel Creek and Unit 9 as well. So this development is not contributing directly to that specific issue.
Miss Becky Carroll, I am so sorry to interrupt you, but there's a little bit of chatter because when you say that there are actually two access points and you say they are Town Creek and Knights Crossing, Towns Creek is gated and is only knockbox.
Okay. So then access would be through Lance Crossing to Knights Crossing up to 1103 then. I'm not really sure where the gate is.
I think which.
May I show you?
Go ahead. Yes.
Right here. This is a gate.
The gate, okay.
It is an access to 1103.
Okay. So it is, if it's gated with a Knox box, it is, in my opinion, something that is utilized as emergency access and would satisfy the fire code for two access points. I would also like to point out, if I may, the PIA that was brought up. So the original PIA, I think, was executed in 2022, and it was assumed that the Tolly Road project would be completed or well underway, and that the developer would complete the section of Lance Crossing shortly after. I think once the schedule for Tolly Road got pushed back, I believe the city came to the developer and actually asked them to include language in the PIA amendment that specifically prohibited the connection. That's why it doesn't connect today. Because they did not want to, it's my understanding, they didn't want the additional traffic on Tolly Road while it was under construction. So the developer has now submitted an application because they do desire to make that connection. We have recently submitted another PIA amendment to allow the developer to proceed with that construction to complete that floodplain crossing there.
I agree with you. And I believe that that PIA and all of that discussion between the staff and your engineering needs to be completed before this body should approve it, because it does not meet the land study requirement, and and currently, it's not incongruent with our UDC for the traffic flow within your, within the master plan of that development. The knock box is there for emergency services, and it was and always will be an asset to the Still Creek, and we appreciate that is there. However, there is one ingress and egress, and we're well over 400 homes at this time. I think the city, I will apologize to you, Ms. Carroll, for the situation that you're in right now is not just you're doing a good job in trying to move this progress forward. I don't think that this was done irresponsibly or without regard to the requirements of our UDC. However, I do think at this time that we should not support the approval of Still Creek Unit 9 without letting it go back to you and city staff to work out these concerns. That being said, I believe that there is a solution to it. I believe that solution is in the PIA and some kind of agreement with the city based on the traffic going out onto Tolly Road. And does the approval of the traffic impact analysis assume the future Tolly Road connection would already exist by this plan of development? And it does. It does.
I don't disagree with you on that.
And so I believe that the fire marshal should, if we're going to call the knock box sufficient, I would like to see some communication with the fire marshals. I'm not saying it does or it doesn't, but it certainly brings concern now because it was supposed to, the TIA showed it to be needing that and exit in egress, ingress, and I don't know now that we're past, I'm not a fire marshal, so I can't rightly tell if that should be there. Under what specific UDC or DCM provision has the staff determined that this configuration satisfies the requirement of adequate public improvements? We don't allow single point access subdivisions in our UDC. And I'm not going to quote the UDC to you, staff. I think you should be able to produce where that is insufficient. So I'm sorry. I apologize. So, do you have any additional?
Do you have any other questions? I know you asked several. If you wanted me to try to answer any of the others.
Does Unit 9 currently have more than one functioning public vehicular access route? No.
So, yeah, so it has 2 emergency egress. Does it have a fully functioning to the public with a gated situation? No, it does not. It has a single one.
And and you already answered, did the approved traffic impact analysis assume that the future Tolly Road connection would already exist by this phase of development? And the answer was yes.
Yes, and I would point out, though, that the TIA was prepared and it indicated several mitigation items. And I think those were contemplated in the PIA and spelled out who was going to be responsible for what portions of those. So I am not so sure that any kind of revised TIA not removing that connection would result in anything any different than what is stated in the PIA. I don't know that for a fact without having a completed TIA. But
well, holding it against our UDC DCM, I think that's the issue for me. And I mean, staff can answer that question for me if they'd like. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't think that.
Yeah, so what I would just encourage the council is that as you go forward, if you choose to deny this, then Mayor, you and any other council members who have notes on this, we would get those from you because we will need to prepare a written justification for the denial. So,
That's why I wrote it out.
yes. And we'll need a copy of that, so.
So, thank you, and I'm sorry. I am truly sorry.
Any other questions?
Any further questions for Ms. Becky Carroll?
Thank you.
Because with the continued issues our residents are facing, I will not commit to any support of developers or anything until we have all of this spelled out. So I would like to make a motion to not approve, deny the final plat of Steel Creek Unit 9.
Second. Thank you. It's really slow, just so you know, slow loading. Discussion direction on the Venado Crossing development. That would be me. So, we have had an email from city staff that informed us that there have been 4 violations filed in Venado Crossing, and 2 were the HOA lots, and 2 were the developer lots. So, so that's unfortunate and kind of indicative. And so when I'm looking for the document, so bear with me, it's we have, on March 5th, the permit was issued for the amenity center, but the developer has not communicated to staff or, to our knowledge, started construction. We have heard repeated complaints about, and we do have attachments to this if you want to go, it kind of shows what the issues are. We have heard repeated complaints from the residents of Venado Crossing. We actually did have a meeting before, and staff is working with Venado Crossing on a rezoning that we called for some, to be more congruent with our flume in that area. We should have that available to Venado Crossing residents. We are really handicapped, Mr. Santee. These people have really struggled for any kind of recourse, legally or not, and we do not have any availability to us to enforce anything with homeowners associations. Is there anything we can do for these folks through the city?
So there may be, Mayor. I mean, there are some of the things that were stated tonight had to do with debris and trash and unsightly conditions and things such as that. And one thing that we have done, that I've seen done elsewhere, is that we can do stop work orders. We can withhold permits until certain conditions are improved, you know, with regard to the maintaining of construction sites and things such as that. But a lot of these other things are beyond the authority of the city to get involved in when they're strictly between the HOA and the builders or the homeowners and the HOA or things such as that. But as far as maintaining within the subdivision and the construction sites and things such as that, there are things you can do, and it can go up to and including stop work orders and withholding permits or issuing citations.
So I don't want to give direction to this staff without my council's discussion, but I would be inclined to give Mr. Reed direction to outline a way to strictly enforce our rules and to have consequences that are legally outlined, and that to provide that to his staff and to this council of what he could do moving forward operationally to ensure that some of the issues that are taking place are rectified to the extent of the law available to us. So that would be one suggestion that I would like to get council's, thank you, council's input on. Does anybody have any issue with that or support it, or?
I do support that, Mayor. I just think that there has to be something that we can do, and whatever that card is that we can play, we need to do that at this point. Because, ignoring them, and not fulfilling their promises, it's time. We have to do something.
Ms. Sanchez-Stevens?
I do have questions for staff because it does seem that the developers get away with a lot of the tall weeds, a lot of the creeping weeds over the sidewalks, but when it comes to residents, there's code enforcement right there. So I would like to know, how often does our code enforcement circle around to new developments to make sure that that the code is being enforced, that they are being held accountable, that their silt fences are being up, that the storm drains are not being blocked, especially with all the rain that's coming down, all the storm water that's coming. I've seen a lot of just drain systems. The silt is just mangled up and there's a lot of dirt up against them. So it really, I'm curious because I know that we have a mowing schedule, but I would like to know, what is the schedule for code enforcement to visit new developments to make sure that these things don't happen?
Yeah, so we have 2 code enforcement officers for our city. They don't have a schedule to drive through new development while they're also responding to calls for complaints of potential violations throughout the city. What I can share with you is that I've shared with some council members that code enforcement has cited both the HOA for 2 lots and the developer for 2 lots where the amenity center and pool are to be located. They are at this point within less than 10 days that if they don't fix the tall grass and weeds, they will be issued a citation. In code enforcement, when you're issued a citation, even if you fix it the next day, you're in municipal court. So we are enforcing the same on this HOA. Again, the HOA is controlled by the developer, so let's be clear who I'm speaking about here. So they've cited the HOA and the developer. They have given them the firm date by which it has to be corrected. The developer or some representative has informed code enforcement. They've been trying to get out there to fix all those weeds, but with the recent rains, it's been hard to do that. Nonetheless, our date has not moved. So if it is not fixed by a day next week, a date certain that the code enforcement's aware of, they will be issued a citation. That's the same process we have for any other property owner.
Mr. Reed, and I completely understand because of the inclement weather. However, you can't get lawnmowers onto saturated soil. However, when it comes to sidewalks and tall weeds in between the crevices, a good weed whacker will come right in. So I feel that maybe when it comes to those areas that code enforcement could actually say, duly noted with the soil area, that you cannot get your machinery. However, the sidewalks need to be maintained, along the drainage needs to be maintained, areas that there's heavily cemented, that it needs to be cleared back. Because I did also drive Still Creek, and there's a lot of creeping grass all over those sidewalks. So I understand that code enforcement has a lot of complaints to respond to, and however, because this is so sensitive with the developers neglecting their duty of how they should maintain the new developments in our area. I feel that we should probably keep an eye on this more regularly. I also would like to know whenever they are cited and they're given a firm date.
Yes.
What has been what is that timeline? How long is the developer given an opportunity to respond back to get that cut back? Is it 30 days, 60 days? What are we
It's 30 days or less. It's the same to this property owner as code gives to others for tall grass and weeds. We're talking about that. By the end of that notice, that's just a notice, if it is not fixed, then they are given the citation. And that's what I'm describing that this particular instance is up against. It's up against a date next week that if the tall grass and weeds are not corrected, they will be given the citation. I also want to distinguish code enforcement enforces nuisances and related laws on private property. So when you're talking about grass growing between the cracks of sidewalk slabs or in the street, when it is already accepted by the city, then that's our responsibility. When it is in a subdivision such as Venado Crossing, for which no unit has received final acceptance, that would be our construction inspectors and our staff involved in new development. They should be making the developer aware. So that is not code enforcement. And so I'll have a conversation with our public works staff to ensure that we're holding the developers to the standards, even when it's just grass growing between two slabs of concrete or asphalting concrete, that we're going to tell them it's still your street. You need to get out there and maintain that.
So my last question is, what can staff commit to, given the responses from our residents this evening with this being a clear issue in multiple subdivisions? What can we do differently to, other than just knowing that there's a lot of complaints, code enforcement can't really go and do a little sweep? What can staff do to help with this situation?
So every time this has been brought to my attention, I provide to Public Works to have our inspectors go out and have the developer fix those deficiencies. And so we will be fixing those items in Venado Crossing. There was a final punch list walk just a couple weeks ago. That punch list is being reviewed by Saif Al-Haddad right now. Once he approves that, that will be given to the developer. That punch list includes some of the items that you've mentioned and many others. So they will be fixing that. The developer will be fixing those.
Okay. And also, just another thing, whenever there is a final walkthrough with all those punch list items, is it also part of that punch list to make sure that a lot of the T-posts are pulled up, old silt fencing, that, because I also just noticed that Mesa Western, behind some fence, private fencing, there's still black silt fencing, there's still T-posts right behind personal, well, now it's like HOA property, but it's still there. And so had a chance to visit Steel Creek just as well, HOA areas where they can't get commercial mowers to go in there and mow because they could very well be damaging their mower because these things are left behind. So in that punch list, are these things that are supposed to be rounded up, and how is it that we miss that? And I also would like to encourage us as council, whenever there's final infrastructure that's up for approval, that we should be going around and driving these subdivisions and making sure that these final things are also recollected. One thing I recall is former Councilman Hicks. He would bring these things up when final infrastructure would come up and say, hey, can we get those T-posts up? Can we get that silt fence up? And we need to go do those drive-arounds just as well to make sure for these issues, when it comes to mowing and overgrown grass, that our residents and our HOAs don't find themselves in a situation that they can't mow because there's metal still in the ground.
And to that comment, if we go driving around and find these things like I had with Ms. Rodriguez, do we get to charge back the engineering? At least get the money back for the taxpayer? We charge them back? Ms. Cunningham.
I do have a question as well.
Wait, hang on.
Good.
So I do drive the neighborhoods in District 4 frequently and report things on See Click Fix. It's a system we pay for. It's a system that should work. And I try to avoid using Councilmember Cunningham to get things done. I have reported things in Venado Crossing several times. The smaller things do get fixed, like a light pole was falling down, that got fixed. There were other things like that that have gotten fixed, but there's other things that just sit there for a while. The auto crossing is a little bit different because we haven't accepted the infrastructure yet, and so there's still room to fix that. Several months ago, we did a walkthrough with our city engineer, with Public Works, of Venado Crossing, of a couple of streets in Venado Crossing. Sandbar, and then whatever the road is on the entrance, right, like you have to turn in. Is that Sika? Okay. So we walked a few streets and there were some issues. There's a section of the neighborhood that has concrete roadway instead of asphalt. And there was back and forth between the developer and our engineer on the cracks on that road and if they were allowable. During that discussion, there was some discussion about what would be needing to be done moving forward, but we also discussed the manhole cover, the manholes in the ground for sewer. There's a square pad of concrete around those manholes, and if a corner is cracked or broken off, then it does not pass.
Right.
When I drove just those two same streets, I counted at least 3, if not 5, that would not pass. The 3 that I know for sure, like every corner's gone. The other 2, I'm not an engineer, but I don't think they look right. The corners are definitely damaged, and I think that they need something done to them, but again, not an engineer. Those still haven't been touched by the developer. The concrete roadway, where there are seams in the roadway, the expansion joints, there's grass growing up through there that's like 6 to 8 inches high, weeds. I don't know, but that seems like a problem. We just had to rip out 90-something trees on Cibolo Valley Drive because the roots got under the roadway and that caused damage. If we're getting weeds under the roadway that are able to grow through those cracks, that's concerning about what's going to happen to that concrete roadway in the future if we don't do anything about it now. There was a section when you're turning into, and I'm sorry, I don't know the street off the top of my head. You turn into Venado Crossing, it's the new section right by the model homes. If you turn right, there is a piece of the roadway, a big section of the roadway that was just replaced. You can see the asphalt rectangle. The gravel and asphalt was not swept up at all. I don't know if our street sweepers are going through there since we don't technically own the infrastructure yet, but that should have been something that the developer cleaned up when they fixed the road. There was a ton of gravel. And with all the rain that washes down the street, that gets into our drainage ditches, that silt sinks to the bottom, it fills up the drainage channels, and that causes more problems. So I was not super impressed with that. There are several low spots. I went a couple days after it rained, and there were several low spots in the road where there was still puddling water. That's concerning because we know how our roads are. We know what our limitations on our budget for maintenance are. These roads need to be in pristine condition before we accept them. There was also one big section that already had a pothole with alligator cracking. This is a new neighborhood. I mean, some of them are older homes, but not older, but like more than 5 years old. This should not be having these issues right now, and I'm glad that we haven't accepted that infrastructure yet. And this is just some of it. And I know I emailed you a bunch of pictures. I also reported them on SeeClickFix. But this is alarming. Grown grass, long term, that is annoying. They should be doing better. They should be mowing their entrance. They should be checking their signs. They should be weed whacking. They should be doing all of that. That's just a high level concern. When we get down to roads failing and cracks and things that don't pass code that they've been alerted to for months and nothing's happened, that's an even bigger red flag. So I'm not discrediting the HOA issues. That would drive me bonkers. I know y'all are fighting with everything you have out there. What concerns me from a city standpoint, because what we can control is the acceptance of infrastructure and the stuff regarding the building, that is a red flag. We've already met with this developer once. We already talked through his concerns. We were firm with what our needs were and what our expectations of responsiveness were. The developer expressed concerns about the way that his project was being handled. He expressed concerns about things that he did not feel were fair, that were being pointed out as needing to be done by our engineer. He thought it was overzealous with the cracks in the concrete sections. We went out, we offered to go out. The developer did not show up that day. I'm not sure, to be fair, I'm not sure if he was invited that day, but I think they were, but I'm not 100% sure, so I don't want to make that accusation fully. But the developer has not walked the neighborhood with us to point out their concerns. We did walk that neighborhood for about 2 hours. And here we are, however many months later, at least 6 months, because it was before Christmas, with no progress on those things that we had pointed out. Additionally, the pool concern, that was something that developer said. He told us if we approved, he needed that next plat approved so that he could get the funding, he could sell the lot so he could get the funding to start building the pool. And we specifically asked for a timeline. We specifically asked that he let the neighborhood know. And there were a few things that they did do. I believe they took down some of the misleading signs. With the school districts and things like that that were not completely correct. But there's other things that has still not happened. We are trying to work with him. This development's already there. We have residents who live there. We don't want this to drag out and be a nightmare for the next 15 years. But we have to get that back from him. We cannot give without anything happening.
I actually have a suggestion for that, how we're going to go about trying to do that. Remember I said I wanted to ask the council to direct Mr. Reed and his staff to enforce everything that they can up to the penalty of holding the development certificates or the build certificates or whatever Mr. Santisa called them. And so one of the things that I've had a conversation with Mr. Reed about, and we spoke to a woman from the Dispute Resolution Center, Carisha Neely. And Carisha Neely is, they specialize in binding mediation between HOAs and their people. And so the other thing that I wanted to direct Mr. Reed and his staff to do is to reach out to this developer and to say, we strongly suggest, as the governing folks having to represent these people that are so upset, and you, the developer, in trying to make a community here in Cibolo, that you guys go to mediation, because you're making our job hard, and we don't want to be a bully to one over the other. We don't want to take lightly the concerns of the residents. And yet we also want the developer to succeed, because when he succeeds and puts the pool in place and builds the park, his folks are going to be happy. And he cleans up his mess and he mows his lawn, right? And he needs to be a good participant neighbor as well. So to Katie's point, and to Norma's point, and to Mr. Reed's point, enforcement isn't something we have a lot of jurisdiction over, right? But I want, I think that I'm pretty sure that the residents of Venado Crossing would be happy to go to mediation to get some form of communication with the developer.
Asking them to show up to something.
To something. And so that's why I wanted to put this, is so that we could give some kind of official unified direction to staff to reach out to this guy to say, hey, we're going to come down on you really hard, right? Up to even denying you being able to continue building until you make these corrective actions. We want to be a good city to work with and in. And so Mr. Reed needs to make sure that our staff is being reasonable and consistent and fair. And he needs to know, the developer needs to know that we as the body want our staff to be consistent and fair and to this developer. Absolutely, you need to treat him with respect. Your staff needs to treat the processes with respect. But at the same time, if there is something going wrong, he needs to show up for his folks. He needs to show up for the people of Cibolo. They're not, if there's some disagreement between your staff and this developer, get it fixed, right? Mm-hmm. Get after it. And at the same way that we can give Mr. Reed the direction to get after it, to get his staff working with this developer to make sure that they feel that we're fair and consistent, then we also want to be able to say to that developer in the same breath, get after it. Get back to your community and start talking to those folks. And so the two things I want to direct is that we're going to come down on you, but we're going to be fair. And council, we are here to hear the issues. Please bring those issues the developer has to us as well. And two, that we direct staff to strongly, we vehemently suggest that they go to the Dispute Resolution Center with Carisha Neely and get some resolution with the folks. That's the two things that I would like this council to ask. Ms. Brown?
Yeah, just really quick for the residents that are in the room. I'm assuming this answer will be C-Click Fix, but how do the residents report the code enforcement for areas that the developers in the HOA are responsible for that they're not taking care of? C-Click Fix would be the right, okay. Also,
They can actually look up on the city website, our GIS maps. They actually have mapped out the HOA maintained areas as well as the, like, your property, what's private property, what's HOA maintained. With your neighborhood being a little bit newer, I'm not 100% sure if that one's fully mapped out, but if you cannot find it on the website for any neighborhood, you can always contact the city and they'll be able to find that for you.
okay, and the second, the punch list that you mentioned earlier cannot be accurate because they said that there's trash everywhere from construction, you know, from the cracks in the road. It's just awful from when you drive in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So our
We
construction
need to relook
inspectors,
at that punch list again because it's not accurate. And I mean, they're here today.
I
So
hear you.
what I would like to do is give Mr. Reed two directions, and then if you agree with them, can you please say aye, and if you disagree with them, please say nay. The directions I would and what is the name of what Mr. Santee had called that if you said, you know, we're going to enforce this up to taking
And
away your...
Mayor, I would say to the fullest extent of the law. There are instances which Dan Santee is back, he can speak to when the city has the right to withhold building permits, but we can't withhold building permits because there's a crack in the road. So Mr. Santee is back and he can speak to that. If you direct me.
I'm fine with the
to ensure that we're
language.
enforcing our local regulations to the fullest extent of the law, that's what we
I'm
will do.
fine with the language to the fullest extent of the law.
And of course, we will work closely with our city attorney.
So council, I would like to publicly ask you if you support me directing Mr. Reed and his staff to engage with the builder at Venado Crossing and that they make sure that they are doing everything that they are supposed to do, and that Mr. Reed will be having his staff do what they can to the fullest extent of the law. I don't know if I could have said that better, but you get my gist. And the second thing is that Mr. Reed contact this developer and strongly suggest that he meet with his people through the Dispute Resolution Center, Christian Neely, or a dispute mediator resolution of his choice as soon as possible, because this is ridiculous and we want him to succeed. We want this developer to succeed. So please go communicate to your people through a binding arbitration and get some resolution. If you all are okay with that, please say aye or nay, depending, you know. Mr. McLaughlin.
Aye.
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 I as well.
I just want to add too that we have worked with this developer. We made really strong good faith decisions and efforts based on those conversations to work with them. We approved that plat with hesitation. We did not want to do it. We actually tabled it, had a meeting with them, and then approved it based off of that discussion and the agreements, the discussion that was had. And we've had no reciprocation. And that's where we're at. So
No trust.
this is not, we are willing to work as much as possible with developers when we can. We are getting nothing in return. There is no need.
And it's more than crack roads.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reed. I'm going to move on to 13D. I'm super excited. Are you ready? Discussion action on announcing the top 3 entries in the City of Cibolo Challenge Coin Contest. Councilman McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mayor. So as everyone's aware, we approved the City Challenge Coin Design Contest Scholarship. Worked closely with City Manager's Office as well as Ms. Gonzalez. My initial goal for year 1, I knew participation was probably going to be low. It's a new program. But my internal goal was we'd get at least 10 submissions. We ended up with 23. My year 1 goal for funds raised for the scholarship was 10,000. We ended up with just over 11,000. And got the numbers here. Sorry, give me a sec. So with the total amount collected to date, and we have no outstanding or pending donations, first place will receive $7,585. Second place will be $2,335. Third place will be $1,750. Now, all the designs were scored. The top 4 submissions scored between 4.0 and 4.6. All the other submissions were at 3.6 or below. I know Ms. Gonzalez is working with the top 4 designs to verify both residency, enrollment in school, as well as getting the original draw file that the students submitted to verify no AI. So the reason why there's 4 is if one does not meet any of those standards, we already have another entry to move up into the top 3. Reason why we are not revealing designs tonight, I think it'd be appropriate for those designs to be revealed the night that we deliver the scholarship, allow the students to kind of talk through why they designed, what they designed, and how they kind of were inspired with that. So no, we need to approve the submissions and then move forward with the coin procurement process, or with the coin procurements. Once we have a timeline on that, we can begin working with these students to schedule them coming out to a council meeting once we have the coins in possession to actually do these scholarship awards. So that's where we're at, and I mean, if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer, and if I can't, I'm sure staff would be able to. If anyone does want to see the designs, you can work with the city manager's office to be able to review them. I just didn't want to reveal them publicly until the night of the scholarship.
Yeah, I want to see the design.
Okay, if you show me by a show of hands who'd like to see that, then I will have Jeanette Gonzalez work with you directly, and she will just show you. She won't be revealing names. Names are not attached to the designs. It's like what you saw in the survey. Raise your hands one more time. Thank you. Wait, keep the hands up. Mayor and over. I have Marissa and Katie. Oh, everybody. Thank you very much. That's easy. That's a short list. Everybody.
Well, that must have been very satisfying, Mr. McLaughlin. Yeah.
No,
Good
I'm
job.
very excited because it's a little nervous when you're starting something new year 1. You want to get that participation in. So I'm very excited and happy with what we were able to accomplish for the first year.
Yeah, that is fantastic, and thank you for going out and doing that. We appreciate it. All right, is everybody ready to move on? Let's move on to 13E.
Make a motion to approve the top 3 challenge coin entries.
Oh, my bad.
I second.
Well,
They were waiting until.
what,
There's nothing per se to approve. This was the discussion action on the announcement.
I rescind nothing to motion.
Well
because
done.
your survey, you're taking an anonymous survey, that is the decision.
Okay.
all right. 13E updates from CRWA meeting. Councilwoman Roberts.
Thank you, Mayor. We had our CRWA meeting on May 11th. We did an oath of office for 7 new trustees that were appointed. We also did an election of our officers. Mr. Rohan was reelected to be president of CRWA Board of Trustees. Nick Sherman is the vice president. Sherry McDaniels is the treasurer, and Ted Gibbs is the secretary. Go Cibolo. Okay. There was no public comments at the meeting. At this time, all requested CRWA permits that are with Guadalupe Groundwater District have been approved. There are still some challenges within Gonzales County. We had discussions regarding Hayes Caldwell treatment plant as far as the potential membranes based on a pilot study that's being done. However, Hayes Caldwell does not affect Cibolo in any form or fashion, but it is part of CWA, so I want to make sure y'all are all aware of it. We will have the draft budget for CRWA by June 16th when we have our budget meeting to start going over the budget for CRWA and seeing how that's going to affect Cibolo. We went into executive session. When we returned, there was a motion to approve President Rohan to negotiate a settlement agreement and bring it back to the Board of Trustees in regards to CRWA going against a vendor. And then we adjourned.
What percentage of our water comes from the Guadalupe groundwater versus Gonzales?
Actually, right now, Gonzales, we don't have any land or any water that's coming from Gonzales, so it's all from Guadalupe County.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. What is the holdup in Gonzales, do you know?
It is the fact that Gonzales County will not let water be exported past Gonzales County lines. But however, CRWA is working with the Region Water District to get some information to them because we were put into Region 12 versus Region 11, so they're trying to get that fixed at the higher levels. And then also we're looking at some of the not permitting, but some of the leases that are held in Gonzales County to see if we potentially need to go ahead and let those go because most of our stuff does come out of Guadalupe County. And if that does happen, we also have to look at the drought contingency plans that are going on right now because Gonzales County is wanting to take it back from half an acre to 0.25 or a quarter acre of land that we would have to have to per
water acre.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And do you know what conservation district Gonzales is in?
I do not at this moment. No, ma'am. I will get that information and provide it to y'all.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any further questions? All right, thank you, Councilwoman Roberts. Discussion from council members that have attended seminars, events, or meetings. Mr. McLaughlin.
Thank you. Went to Fort Sam Houston on Sunday to lay flags, so thank you, Ms. Patterson, for arranging that and allowing me and the family to tag along. Other than that, I've been working and meeting with business owners to discuss future opportunities to invest in the youth of Cibolo. And then I went and bought a plastic bucket that I did not need at Ace, but it was a beautiful store. Very nice boutique. That's all. Ace.
Councilwoman Patterson.
I went to the Guadalupe County Designer Bag Bingo, which was a really great event. Nearly sold out. I think it nearly sells out every time. So it's supporting the Guadalupe Children's Advocacy Center. So that's really important. Look at it. They do twice a year. Like one is in Schertz and one is in Seguin. That they'll alternate between the spring and the fall. And the Guadalupe Children's Advocacy Center obviously supports us here in Cibolo. So happy to be there to support that. Went to Cibolo Summer Nights. We had really nice weather that evening. It wasn't too hot. There was a really great breeze. I think all the kids looked like they were having a really fun time playing on all the trucks and things that were out there. So that was great. Went to the Armed Forces Parade in Live Oak, and then placed flags with Councilman McLaughlin with flags for fallen vets at Fort Sam Houston this past weekend. And then a special shout out to the Historic Committee. They got the planters painted right behind City Council. It looks so nice. And they had the Leos out there with them, part of the Cibolo Selma Lions Club, and they wrote their names on them. So just trying to encourage everyone to go out there and go look at them. They did a good job, and then they're working on updating the mural for us too.
I had my oldest graduated from college, so one whole weekend was dedicated to that. But very exciting times for our family. We get a little bit of a raise now that she's out. We had an HOA subcommittee meeting and a youth council subcommittee meeting. We worked on a couple of things with that. We should have agenda items coming shortly with updates on both of those projects. With the youth council is going to be, we're working on it. Kids aren't super responsive, but they expressed interest in person at the last meeting at having a booth during Cibolo Summer Nights. And so I will be helping with the booth at this next Cibolo Summer Nights on the 5th. And I know we have at least 3 kids that are planning to be there that night, if not more. The 3 have actually confirmed that they will be there. So we're trying to get them more involved in things during the summer. I reached out to some community partners about internships. That is one area where I feel like our community is lacking right now with internships for both college and high school students. So if you or anyone you know has the opportunity for interns, whether paid, unpaid, full summer, for a week, whatever it is, there is a desire for that in the community. The most requests I've been getting recently are for medical field, occupational therapy, physical therapy, behavioral therapy, psychiatry, mental health. So if you know of anyone, there is a huge need for that. So please let me know. And then the Historic Committee, in addition to painting the planters and the mural, they also went out to St. Paul's Cemetery, which is right across the street from us. There's several veterans there from World War I through present day, and they put flags on those stones. So that's a really cool cemetery if you haven't had a chance to wander around it.
I want to say that one of the highlights that I have done in the last 2 weeks is go to a ribbon cutting for Store Local, which is, your Economic Development Corporation or your EDC retention guys doing a good job when you have one business sell and it stays that business, and they improve it and they make it look really nice. So kudos to our EDC staff for that. We had the NEP luncheon. I went to Purse Bingo. I won a purse. I've had numerous meetings, but one of the things, you didn't mention going to the Armed Forces Parade. Did you? Well, I guess. Well, Marissa, yes, we had some fun there. And I went to the Miss Cibolo pageant and had a great time. And then I went to the chamber luncheon, which was wonderful. And then we had all kinds of meetings for the evaluations that we're doing today. But one of the things that I got to do is go to the Methodist Heart and Lung Institute's Northeast Specialty Center. So one of this is very important, and this is super good for our families here. When my mom was going through all of the medical issues that she did prior to her getting to move to heaven, we had to go into San Antonio to get good cardiovascular care and treatment, and so that is moving out here. And so I'm super excited to see our quality of life and health care for our loved ones getting better. But one of the single most exciting things that I got to do was go in a police car and drive around the mean streets of Cibolo with the cops. I was the fuzz with the popo. And I went with Sergeant Hennessy, and I got to meet with Mr. Zitkus with the badges, the badged up Zitkus, and our chief. And I had the time of my life. It was great, and I really appreciate the work that our police do here in Cibolo. So I'll sum it up with that. Got to be the popo.
So just to start off with, the NEP meeting was great this last time, and I think most of that was repeated at the chamber luncheon. So I enjoyed going to the NEP meeting and seeing Jeb Smith come in and give a nice presentation on nice aerial drone view of all the construction on I-35, what we can expect in coming, and also was able to go to the police memorial. And I think several of us were at the police memorial that was held at Evo. I was about to say Santikos, it was at Evo. And so that was actually a great turnout just as well. We were also, I guess you and I were able to go to the Cibolo, Miss Cibolo pageant, and had a couple of moms reach out and say, hey, would y'all mind going to the Cibolo pageant? And so that it was really nice to see the new girls getting crowned, see some of them just leveling up. And it was just great to participate with all the parents that were putting a lot into the young ladies there, and just look forward to seeing them at our events coming up. Also was able to go to the Memorial Day ceremony that we host as our sister cities, Selma, Schertz, and Cibolo. It's always great to get together as sister cities for these Memorial Day events. It's very important. The chamber actually puts them on, the MEC puts it on, and it's just great to show up and support the chamber, come around in community, and just really, it's a somber occasion, but to do that in community. And it's great that the VFW also showed up, and it was great to see everyone in community together. Also was able to go to the Armed Forces Live Oak Parade. That was fun. And also got a chance to go to the Purse Bingo too. And so it was blessed. It was always great to support a community event like Guadalupe County, the Child Advocacy Center, whatever we can do, because we know, if y'all don't know yet, or maybe I just need to repeat it, is that they are going to build a facility in the Schertz area, because our SCUC kids are the ones most serviced, and it's important for them to have a close by, nicer location.
So May 13th through the 15th, I was at the TML Leadership Academy, and I did get my little certificate, but I also have this lovely binder that I'm going to make sure everybody gets a copy of everything that's in it, so that way we can all be the best leaders that we can possibly be for our residents, for our staff, and just for us. I also, on May 21st, attended, I was on a webinar for TML Mayor 101, because it's always good that we all kind of know exactly what our roles are. And one of the really nice things that I found in this particular webinar is it didn't just talk about the mayor's roles, it talked about how council and mayor work together. And I thought that was a really positive, and I did record it. So I'll be happy to provide it to anybody that would like to see it, just to kind of get that whole council thought process behind us. And then I did attend the Memorial Day ceremony in Selma. I believe it will be in Cibolo this upcoming year, next year, 2027. So that will be something for us to be able to take on. And it was great to have, like Ms. Sanchez-Stevens was saying, our communities come together and show support for all of our veterans and those that took, I don't even know how to nicely say it, but surrendered their life for us. And then something I want to bring up. On June 12th at ACOG, there's going to be a day-long kind of elected official platform that's going to be given. And I was asked to be on a panel for elected officials, regarding elected officials. So I would encourage everybody to, if they're available, to come out to ACOG on Friday, June 12th. I will get y'all the exact times, or I'll get it to Valerie so she can send it out to everybody with all the details about it. Thank you.
Okay, really quick. I attended, of course, we did some subcommittee work. I also attended the Memorial Day ceremony and spent some time supporting the youth in the community that asked me to just be present and show up at different events at Steele High School. And I spent some personal time with my 2 college graduates. I welcomed 1 doctor in my family, as well as 1 master's in psychology. She's going to stay home for a gap year and seek some employment. And then today as well, I sent off my first service member. He shipped for the United States Army, so I did a lot of family stuff. So that was my contribution for the last 2 weeks.
Good job.
All right, one last thing I want to remind everybody that there's a Flag Day ceremony here in front of the City Hall, Monday, June 15th at 9 a.m. Okay, take one down, pass it around. Okay. All right, so then let's go 13G, discussion on the items the City Council would like to see on future agendas. Anybody? Anybody? What about the crossings? What about the crosswalks? Didn't you and Norma have a crosswalk that you wanted followed up on?
I think it was well, not necessarily the crosswalk, but the stop sign in Deer Creek, to talk about that one again. But then also I was wondering, because I saw that Schertz just did a survey for like waste management. Since ours changed last summer, correct? So we've been with them coming up on a year. Can we do something similar to start gathering some data to see, like, if you get feedback from the residents on that, since we're coming up on that 1 year, to see, okay, we've done this 1 full year. I'd like to get some data on that to see how it's going back and forth, since Schertz just did one. Sorry.
No,
I
I
know
was
that
waiting
it's
for you to finish,
posted.
but Ms. Patterson, we do have a tool. It's called, I believe it's called public engagement, but that tool's in place and we could solicit the public to give us feedback. So yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
I believe that also, based on the report of complaints, I think we had talked about maybe publishing that online so that we can keep track of resident complaints on there.
Yes, and I'm working, and the utility billing staff and I are working to finalize the format of the customer complaints and concerns section, because we want it to be usable by readers, and right now we're not there yet. But the example that I sent to you is what I had. I think I also sent it to Ms. Cunningham, but those are draft versions, and we are still, we're going to meet with Waste Connections. And we're going to clean that up. We will be posting those monthly reports on our website, 100%.
Okay, so so the stop sign follow-up on Deer Creek, the waste connection publishing on complaint form data thing, what's the name of that? What would you call that, Mr. Reed? Community contact. Follow up with the Waste Connections community contact.
Community survey using the city's platform, which I believe is called public engagement. I may be wrong on the name, but it's already set up.
So the 2 items for you would be the community connection of survey form follow-up, so that we have that on there, and then the stop sign at Deer Creek. And Ms. Sanchez-Stevens, did you have something? No. Anybody else have anything for future? Okay.
So, Mayor, I captured 2 items there?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Then this is item 13H, discussion action on the review and confirmation of all upcoming special meetings and workshops, and scheduling the time, date, and place of additional special meetings and workshop. Ms. Chapman.
The only thing I was going to bring up, I've already kind of been brought up tonight, the summer nights on next Friday, and then you just talked about the other one, so I'm good right now.
Okay. Mr. Reed? Would you like to warn council?
Say that again, I was.
Would you like to warn council of the upcoming special meeting?
I can remind council, I sent an email out. I also sent the same email to the entire
this is the
Planning and
section
Zoning
in the-
Commission. So at your next regular date for council meeting, that's June 9th, we'll start here in this room at 5:15 with a workshop with the developer. We call it the Bolton Road Development. Around 5 o'clock or maybe earlier, Ms. Chapman, we would have the food just ready for them to start eating, and then officially start the meeting at
Peanut butter and
5:15.
jelly. Peanut butter and jelly.
And that is the last planned workshop. What we will do is also work with the mayor on the regular agenda for council, just to make a decision. Which way do you want to go?
After tonight?
No, June 9th.
Yeah, after tonight. Okay, that should do it. Any other questions? Otherwise, I'm moving on to 14. The time is 9:47, and the council will meet in executive session as authorized by the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with the attorney, and Sections 551.074, personnel matters, to discuss the following: 14A, settlement agreement with Texas Sterling; 14B, discussion on the evaluation of the municipal court judge, city attorney, city secretary, and the city manager.
Get in the bathrooms, guys. Did you say tornado? Tornado warning, meaning it's here now. This is an interior room. This is fine. There's windows. It is not. Well, I'm going to the bathroom. Y'all, I grew up in Iowa. You get in the bathroom. You go where you feel safest. Go where you feel safest.
All right, the time is 10:35. I'm calling us back into regular session under 14A settlement agreement with Texas Sterling.
Make a motion to approve the settlement agreement with Texas Sterling.
I second that.
I have a motion and a second, but no voting. Thank you. The time is 10:36. I'll call the city council will meet in executive session as authorized by the Texas Government Code Section 551.074, personnel matters to discuss the following. 14B, discussion on the evaluation of the municipal court judge, city attorney, city secretary, and city manager. the meeting the time is now, wait a minute. The time is now 11:58. We're resuming out of executive session. No action will be taken. And
Motion to adjourn.
Second.